Anggap aku tak cukup. Semua kesempatan dan langkahku coba kau tutup.
Tutur batinku takkan salah. Silakan pergi, ku tak rasa kalah.
Namun percayalah, sejauh mana kau mencari, takkan kau temukannya sebaik ini. Kau yang kesana kemari, kau anggap aku tak cukup. Semua kesempatan dan langkah ku coba kau tutup. Kan ku buat jalanku sendiri. Tutur batinku takkan salah. Silakan pergi, ku tak rasa kalah. Namun percayalah, sejauh mana kau mencari, takkan kau temukannya sebaik ini.
Aku tak sempurna, tak perlu sempurna. Akan ku rayakan apa adanya. Aku tak sempurna, tak perlu sempurna. Akan ku rayakan apa adanya. Aku tak sempurna, tak perlu sempurna. Akan ku rayakan apa adanya.
Tutur batinku tak akan salah. Silakan pergi, ku tak rasa kalah. Namun percayalah, sejauh mana kau
Halo dia semua, saya dari
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, may peace be upon us. Welcome to the International Online Nutrition Seminar 2022.
With the theme, the role of microbiomes to prevent non-communicable diseases.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Rizky Nugraha.
And I'm Pujitri Widyarti.
Will be your master of ceremony for today's International Online Nutrition Seminar.
Vice Director of Health Polytechnic, Ministry of Health Semarang, Dr. Edi Susanto.
Head of the Department of Nutrition, Mrs. Susi Tursilawati.
Our respected speakers, Professor Madya Dr. Azina Sharif, Laboratory Director of Makmal Birso Serasi Center for Research and Instrumentation Management, University Kebangsaan Malaysia.
Dr. João Manuel Correia Simedes, lecturer at Faculty of Public Health, University Dili. Mrs. Arintina Rahayuni, Head of Diplomacy, Study Program, Department of Nutrition, Health Polytechnic, Ministry of Health, Semarang.
And Dr. Diki Budiman, Global Health Security, Griffith, Brisbane, Australia.
Our respected moderators, Ms. Zoria Ismawanti, Ms. Adelina Ayu Nugrahini, all participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the organizing committee who made this seminar possible, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you.
We appreciate you taking time of your busy schedules to join us today virtually at today's International Online Seminar hosted by Student Association of the Nutrition Department, Health Polytechnic of the Ministry of Health Semarang, entitled The Role of Microbiomes to Prevent Non-Communicable Diseases.
Allow me to read the following agenda for today's International Online Nutrition Seminar. Opening, Master of Ceremony and pray.
Listen to National Anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, Mars and Hymnopoltekkes and Nutrition Mars.
Speech from the Chairman of the Committee.
Speech from the Head of Nutrition Department.
Speech from the Vice Director of Health Polytechnic Semarang. The first panel session with Professor Madya Dr. Razina Sharif and Dr. Joao Manuel Correia Simenes.
The second panel discussion with Ms. Arintina Rahayuni and Dr. Diki Budiman. And the last is closing. Moving to the next agenda is a reciting prayer will be reading by Elva Vala Iski.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Allow me to lead prayers in an Islamic way. Ladies and gentlemen, please be pleased to adjust according to their respective beliefs. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. حمد الشاكرين، حمد الناعمين، حمدا يوافي نعمه ويكافئ مزيده. يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك الكريم وعظيم سلطانك. O Allah, our Lord, all praise be to you, the preserver of the universe. All praise for the gifts and pleasures that you bestow on us. Allahumma salli wa sallim ala Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadar Rasulullah. Ya Malik, Ya Quddus, we glorify your name because you alone are our Lord. To you we prostrate, to you alone we give thanks, and to you only we pray. Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim, only to you we worship, and only to you we ask for help. Today we gathered here for the International Nutrition Seminar with the theme, the role of microbiomes to prevent non-communicable disease. Therefore, O Allah, fill this meeting with kindness from beginning to end. O Allah, who knows best, guide us with your guidance, bless us always with your destiny, and make our hearts always happy with your gift. O my Lord, open my chest and smooth my tongue, and make all my affairs easy. Allahumma أرنا الحق حقا وارزقنا اتباعه وأرنا الباطل باطلا وارزقنا اجتنابه. O Allah, show us that what is right is right. Give us the strength and ability to carry it out. And show us that what is wrong, and give us the strength and ability to live it. O Allah, give health to us, our families, and our teachers and lecturers, and keep this COVID-19 pandemic away together and do activities like before. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. O Allah, our Lord, bestow upon us happiness in this world and the hereafter, and save us from the torment of your hellfire. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Elfa Falaisky, for the prayer.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for listening National Anthem of Indonesia, Health Polytechnic of Minister of Health Semarang Anthem and Nutrition Anthem. Please be seated.
The next agenda is speeches. The first speech is from the head of COMED. Please welcome Fantin Nur Aziza.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Best wishes for all of us. The Honorable Dr. Marsum, as Director of Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang, Mr. Edi Susanto, as the Vice Director, the Head of the Internal Supervisory Unit, Mrs. Wiwi Wijaningsih, the Head of Poltekkes Office, the Head of Poltekkes Office of the Ministry of Health Semarang, Mrs. Susitur Silawati, as the Head of the Department of Nutrition, Mr. Setio Prihatin, as Secretary of Department of Nutrition, Head of Program in Applied Nutrition and Dietetics and Professional Nutritionist, Mr. Muhammad Jailani, Head of Diploma 3 Nutrition Study Program, Mrs. Arintina Rahayuni, the lecturers and staff of the Department of Nutrition Poltekkes Ministry of Health Semarang, and the happy participants of IONS 2022. Our respected speakers of IONS 2022, Prof. Madya Dr. Razina Sharif, Laboratory Director at Makmal Bioserasi, Center for Research and Instrumentation Management, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, as the first speaker. Dr. Joao Manuel Correa Ximenez, lecturer from Faculty of Public Health, Universidad Dili, as the second speaker. Arintina Rahayuni, lecturer from Department of Nutrition Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Semarang, as the third speaker. Dr. Diki Budiman, Global Health Security, Griffith University, Brisbane, Australia, as first speaker, as well as the invited guests who had taken their time to attend, lecturers and staff of the nutrition section of the Health Polytechnic of the Ministry of Health Semarang, and all participants of the international seminar we love. Alhamdulillah, first of all, let's give thanks to the presence of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala because of the abundance of favors that Allah has given us. Now we can gather on this occasion without any obstacles and in good condition. Salawat and greetings may be poured out to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. May we all get intercession from him. Amin. Ladies and gentlemen, on this occasion, on behalf of the chairperson of the IONS 2022 and IONS 2022 committee, I would like to welcome and thank all webinar participants and speakers who have attended and participated in this activity. IONS 2022 is an annual work program of the Research and Development Division of the Nutrition Student Association. With them, the role of microbiome to prevent non-communicable disease. The target audience for this seminar are students, educators, health observers, and the general public, both in Indonesia and abroad. For reports of IONS 2022 webinar participants, there are 2 participants who are divided into portal, Zoom, and YouTube. With the IONS 2022 event, hopefully we can take a lot of positive things and useful knowledge. On behalf of the entire committee, I apologize if there are still many shortcomings in organizing this activity, and if there are words or actions that are not pleasing to me. Rest assured that every effort we make will always achieve our goal. May we all always be under the protection of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Amin ya robbal alamin. Billahi taufik wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Defendant Nur Aziza, for the speech.
The second speech is from the head of Nutrition Department, Health Polytechnic of the Ministry of Health, Semarang. Please welcome Mrs. Susi Tursilawati.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Health of Nutrition Department, Health Polytechnic of Ministry of Health Semarang, we are delighted to welcome to you to the third International Online Nutrition Seminar 2022, entitled The Role of Microbiome to Prevent Non-Communicable Disease, in a partnership with the Assistant of Indonesian Nutrition and Dietetic Association. It is a honor to me to welcome the guests at our international conference. Excellency, the Director of Health Polytechnic of Semarang, Bapak Dr. Marsu, PE SPD MHP, First Vice Director of Academic, Dr. Edi Susanto, Second Vice Director of Human Resources and Finance, Mr. Jeffrey Ardianto, the third Vice Director of Student Affairs and Cooperation, Mr. Lutfi Rusadi, Head of Internal Supervision of Polkesmar, Ibu Wiwi Wijaningsih, Head of Center of Training and Education, Polkesmar, Bapak Didi Widianto. Thank you very much for your attending. All head of department in Health Polytechnic of Semarang, the Secretary of Nutrition Department, Head of Bachelor of Applied Nutrition and Dietetic, Head of Nutrition Diploma 3, all lecturer and staff of Nutrition Department, Health Polytechnic of Semarang, Head of Indonesia Nutritionist and Dietetic Association, Central Java Region, Mr. Bambang Supangkat, all honorable, valuable, and invited speakers, Professor Madya Dr. Rasinah Syarif from University Kebangsaan Malaysia as the first speaker, Dr. Joe Manuel Corella Jimenez, lecturer from Faculty of Public Health, Universidad Dili as the second speaker. And I would say thank you very much to Ibu Fitri as a Dean of Faculty of Public Health, Universidad Dili. And Arintina Rahuyuni as a Head of Diploma 3 Study Program, Department of Nutrition, Health Polytechnic, Ministry of Health Semarang as the third speaker. And my best friend, Dr. Diki Budiman from Global Health Security, Griffith University, Brisbane, Australia, as the fourth speaker. And also all participants of International Online Seminar 2022, especially my best friend from Timur Leste. First of all, let us express our gratitude for the presence of God Almighty, who has given us His grace and guidance so that we can take a part in the International Nutrition Seminar without any obstacle and in healthy condition during this pandemic. Not forget to the Prophet Muhammad, who has brought us out of the dark ages into the age of light. Ladies and gentlemen, this International Online Seminar Program is an international seminar organized by the Student Association of Nutrition Department of Health Polytechnic of Semarang. The seminar aims to establish international scholar and academic community and building education transformation. Also to strengthen and inject the global ideas, knowledge, and actions of the health providers on handling non-communicable disease. In addition, this conference is also intended to connect to the scholars and lecturers from the nutrition and dietetic, as well as professional from various spectrum, also to the share insight and knowledge from all valuable speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, the increasing evidence indicates that gut microbiome disorder are closely linked to the occurrence and development of non-communicable disease. The gut microbiome as a potential transmission medium could play a key role in the transmission and treatment of the disease. New methods of the prevention and treatment of the disease could be further explored through the gut microbiome. And for over the last decade, the microbiome has emerged as a possible contributor to the pathogenesis of NCDs. I'm confident that this international online nutrition seminar will generate the ideas and discussion that will contribute to driving the beta NCDs prevention and treatment strategies with microbiome as the medium. I look forward to our fruitful discussion that we will have today, and I will believe will be truly impactful for the dietitian and nutritionist roles in the countries. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Mrs. Susi Tursulawati for the speech.
Next agenda is a speech from the Vice Director of Health Polytechnic of the Ministry of Health Semarang. Please welcome Mr. Edi Susanto.
Tes suara sudah bisa didengar ya, Mbak?
Siap, sudah Bapak.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Semangat pagi, pagi luar biasa.
Pagi.
Salam sehat, sehat Indonesia. Bersyukur. Yang kami hormati Ketua Jurusan beserta jajaran, Sekretaris Jurusan, Ketua Program Studi, baik sarjana terapan, diplomatika maupun profesi dietitian. Yang kami hormati seluruh dosen, mahasiswa di jurusan gizi. Yang kami hormati rekan wakil direktur, ketua jurusan di lingkungan Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang. Kemudian juga yang kami hormati ketua program Pasca, Kampus Pendidikan dan Pelatihan Pak Didi, ketua SPI Bu Wiwi, dan yang kami hormati ketua DPD Persegi Jawa Tengah Bapak Bambang Supangat. The Honorable Speaker, Prof. Madya Dr. Rasinah Sarif, Laboratory Director at Microbiomes Center for Research and Instrumentation Management, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. The Honorable Dr. Jiao Manuel Correa, Lecturer from Faculty of Public Health, University Delhi. Yang kami hormati Saudara Arintina Rahayuni, STP MPD MTP, Head of Diplomatry Study Program, Department of Nutrition, Head Poltek, Minister of Health Semarang. The Honorable Dr. Diki Budiman, MSc PhD, Global Health Security, Griffith University, Brisbane, Australia. Dan yang kami hormati pula panitia penyelenggara seminar internasional yang ketuanya adalah saudari Fenty Nur Azizah dan seluruh hadirin yang berbahagia. Alhamdulillah, syukurillah pada pagi hari ini kita dipertemukan di kegiatan seminar online internasional gizi. Tentu dan sebelumnya mohon maaf, Direktur Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang, Bapak Dr. Haji Marsum, BE SPD MHP, pada pagi hari ini berhalangan hadir karena beliau sedang ada tugas yang tidak bisa ditinggalkan, sehingga beliau menugaskan kepada saya untuk mewakili dalam rangka memberikan sambutan. Seminar yang diselenggarakan oleh HIMA, DEMA, jurusan gizi ini ya, dengan topik The Role of Microbiomes to Prevent Non-Communicable Disease, sesuai dengan POIPK Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang, yang topiknya adalah penyakit tidak menular. Tentunya dengan seminar ini ya, para dosen, mahasiswa bisa lebih memperdalam lagi, sehingga penelitian-penelitian terkait dengan topik penyakit tidak menular ini bisa semakin lebih tajam dan semakin berkembang. Tentunya calon-calon lulusan D3 dan D4, atau calon-calon nutrisionis, dan calon-calon lulusan profesi dietitian atau calon-calon dietitian, ini merupakan kesempatan yang sangat baik ya, sangat baik dalam rangka menemukan judul-judul tugas akhir juga ya, sehingga bisa ditindaklanjuti pula dengan mata kuliah tugas akhir ya, karya tulis dan skripsi ya, untuk D3 dan D4. Untuk itu selanjutnya saya atas nama pimpinan, atas nama direktur, menyampaikan selamat dan sukses, menyampaikan apresiasi kepada HIMA dan DEMA maupun jurusan gizi ya, yang telah insya Allah sukses menyelenggarakan seminar online internasional nutrisi ini. Semoga kegiatan seminar ini bisa membawa keberkahan untuk kita semua. Demikian apa yang bisa kami sampaikan, dan mohon maaf kalau ada yang kurang berkenan. Saya akhiri. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mrs. Eddie Susanto, for the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, continuing to the main agenda, which is the first panel discussion, will be delivered by Professor Madya Dr. Razina Sharif as the first speaker, who will deliver the topic, Education and Early Detection of Diabetes Mellitus as an effort to reduce the risk of the non-communicable diseases.
And Dr. Joao Manuel Correa Jimenez as the second speakers with the topic, the role of microbiomes as microorganisms in the body. This first panel will be led by Ms. Adelina Ayu Nugraheni as moderator, and allow us to read the CV of Ms. Adelina Ayu Nugraheni. Her name is Adelina Ayu Nugraheni. Her education is from Health Polytechnic of Semarang, volunteered on AIESEC, Diponegoro University in 2017 until 2018. Her experience at CMU RefCon as moderator, at CMU RefCon as facilitator, at Nur Shifa Hospital as nutritionist, and Nusantara Sehat Individu as nutritionist. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, please welcome Miss Adelina Ayu Nugraheni.
Okay, thank you very much to the MC for introducing me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the International Online Nutrition Seminar, The Role of Microbiome to Prevent Non-Communicable Disease. It is such an honor to me to be here moderating us today in the seminar. Based on data from WHO in 2021, as many as 71% or around 41 million people died due to non-communicable disease. It is critical issues that we ought to take preventions. We have heard a lot about nutrients that contain in foods such as vegetables, meats, and fruits. They have important role to prevent non-communicable disease. In nutrition, the role of the gut microbiome is at the forefront of research. The important connection between microbiome and disease pathogenesis and prevention are explored in this special issue. Understanding the vital ways in which gut health affects overall health may aid the prevention and/or treatment of an array of non-communicable diseases, including some of the most prevalent and burdensome. Some of us is strange with the word of microbiome. So what microbiome is, how does the gut microbiome influence human health? We will find the answer here with 4 speakers who are already joining with us today with the entertaining information. So here we have our first speaker on this panel. We have Associate Professor Dr. Razina Sharif and Dr. Joe Manuel Correa Simons. I'm going to guide our seminar till the next 2 hours on this first panel. Each speaker has 30 minutes to present their topics. After each speaker has presented their topics, we will have discussion session roughly for an hour. I'd like to inform the audience, if you have any question, you can ask your question by clicking the link at the chat box. Keep the volume muted and video on throughout each speaker represents their topics. So here we have our first speaker. It is Associate Professor Dr. Razina Sharif. I'm about to read the Professor Madya Dr. Razina Sharif CVs. She was born in Malaysia. She is currently working at the National University of Malaysia as the head of Biocompatibility Laboratory. She has finished bachelor and master degree in Malaysia, and finished her doctoral degree in the University of Adelaide, Australia. She has done a lot of publication about nutrition and health. She was experienced as vice president, lifetime member, and deputy secretary. So I'd like to greet Associate Professor Dr. Razina Sharif. Dr. Razina Sharif, can you hear me clearly?
Adelina, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me clearly,
Yes.
Dr. Razina?
Very well.
Okay, thank you. So time and place are yours.
Okay, thank you. Let me know if you can see my screen. Can you see my screen, Adelina?
Yes, I can see it clearly.
All right.
Okay.
So I'll just make it into slideshow. Alright, so Assalamualaikum, selamat pagi semua. Harapnya semua sihat. So Alhamdulillah, today I'm very honored to be given this opportunity to share some of the, I think my topic is on the overview of before we go into the role of microbiome and how does microbiome can help to reduce the risk of non-communicable diseases. So here I'm going to share with you an overview about how education and early detection of diabetes mellitus as an effort to reduce the risk of non-communicable diseases. So please bear with me because I'm not feeling very well as well, because in Malaysia it's monsoon season, it's raining almost every day. So fever, I have fever, coughing, etc. But still I'm trying my best to deliver this talk. So all right. A little bit about myself. Thank you, Adelina, for the kind introduction. So I'm the current Associate Professor in the Faculty of Health Sciences, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. I'm also the head of Biocompatibility Laboratory in UKM. So if you Google search about me, my research fingerprint is mostly on nutrigenomics. So whereby I investigate on how nutrition can modulate your DNA, because nutrition can actually affect your genetics. It's very interesting, like how nutrition can actually enhance your genetic or actually damage your genetics. Also, I was born in Kelantan, and my passion is mainly to improvise wellness of community. So that's why you can see my research is mainly on community, translational research, and increasing public science literacy. Research main focus is on healthy aging, colorectal cancer, dietary pattern, and metabolomics. All right. I started the lecture with this picture. Malaysian favorite food, nasi lemak. I think diabetes in Malaysia is really bad at the moment. Why? Because Malaysian loves food. I think Indonesian has the same notion as well, because we are from the Asian country. We all love food, right? So that's why non-communicable diseases, especially diabetes, cancer, is #1 disease in all of this country. So when we look into non-communicable diseases, based on the data by WHO, 7 in every 10 deaths worldwide are often from avoidable cause. All right. So when you talk about non-communicable diseases, it can cover the cardiovascular disease, chronic respiratory disease, cancer, diabetes, and also mental health condition right now. Right. So it actually affecting most of the population nowadays, especially post-pandemic COVID-19, whereby we are seeing the fact that these numbers are getting increased more and more every year. So the talk outline for today, I'll cover on quickly prevalence of diabetes mellitus, because I believe that that is one of the most common non-communicable diseases in our Asian country. Education and early detection of diabetes mellitus, just a brief overview. What we can do as nutritionists and health professionals, and also take home message. Because at the end of the day, this topic is very important to me, because I'm a diabetic patient myself, and I lost my mom because of chronic diabetes. And also my dad also has diabetes. So it's quite common in Malaysia for you to have like a family tree or a family history with diabetes. So, and I got my diabetes quite young when I was doing my PhD due to my strong genetic family history. So if you don't have any genetic with diabetes, you have to be very thankful, very grateful, because if you have both of your parents with genetic, you will have an early onset of diabetes mellitus. So based on this data published in Nature Reviews, it was estimated that in 2015, 450 million adults aged 20 to 79 years has diabetes mellitus worldwide. And about 46.5% of them live in 3 countries, China, India, and the USA. Not to mention that the other countries are not important, but as you can see here, Indonesia, you have 10 to 20 million, and Malaysia here, we have 1 to 10 million. So the numbers are increasing year by year, all right? So, and now we are seeing the fact that the notion or the color are changing because we are getting an increased trend of diabetes. So when we talk about diabetes, diabetes is always a chronic disease that occurs either when the pancreas does not produce enough insulin or when the body cannot effectively use the insulin as it produces. So insulin basically is a hormone that regulates blood glucose. So what happened is we would have a symptom or a situation called as hyperglycemia because we have elevated blood glucose. So it's a common effect of uncontrolled diabetes, and over time it will lead to serious damage to many of the body system, especially the nerve and blood vessel. So factors that affect insulin secretion and action will include all this: body weight, level of physical activity, genetic predisposition, gene environment interaction, epigenetics, gestational diabetes mellitus. So at the moment now, I think as a scientist or researcher in the field, I know the topic today is on the role of microbiome, but please bear in mind there's always an important aspect of genetic predisposition and also gene environment interaction in non-communicable diseases. Perhaps this can be discussed in a later seminar as well, because it's very important to understand about epigenetics to know the genes that can be switched on and switched off. All right. So back to this diagram. So as you can see, if you have insulin-mediated glucose production high or insulin-mediated glucose uptake will be low, and insulin-mediated glucose uptake will be low at the skeletal muscle, adipose tissue. All of this condition will cause hyperglycemia. So what happened is you might have beta cell dysfunction in your pancreas, or your pancreas is functioning, your body is still producing insulin, but what happened is your the cells, the fat cells or the skeletal muscle cannot take the insulin. So this is what we call as insulin resistance. All right. So why diabetes is quite common? I'm not talking about Indonesia. I haven't got the facts and figures in Indonesia. I'm just talking about Malaysia though, because at the end of the day, we all love our drinks and food, and we don't really know how much of sugar that we are eating or drinking every day. So what happened is, example here from a nice figure or a nice documentary from Singapore, they actually mentioned that from your brown sugar, boba milk tea is very common in Malaysia. To have like this boba milk tea, you can have 18.5 teaspoon of sugar, which is more than what you need every day. Right? This is per 500 ml bubble tea. So imagine if you drink bubble tea every day, or if you said that, okay, this is my cheat day, you want to drink bubble tea once a week or maybe once every 2 weeks. So, and this is not the only sugary drinks that you drink. So we always drink teh tarik every afternoon or every evening. Is again the national anthem or the national drink of Malaysia. But God knows how much sugar is in the teh tarik. So what happened is in 2014, we can see that 8.5% of adults aged 18 years and older had diabetes. Unfortunately, in 2019, despite the before COVID-19, diabetes was the direct cause of 1.5 million deaths, and 48% of all deaths due to diabetes occurred before age of 70 years old. This is really true because my mom is quite young, 66 years old, and she actually died because of the cardiac arrest due to chronic complication of diabetes. So what happened is this is a really important issue. Once you have diabetes, you will have raised blood glucose and it will actually interrelated with cardiovascular diseases. All right, so it's considered in Malaysia, we call it as penyakit tiga serangkai. So meaning that you can have diabetes, you can have cardiovascular disease, you can have hypertension at the same time. All right. So in lower and middle income countries, the mortality rate due to diabetes increased by 13%. So of course, Malaysia, we are famous with the rate of obesity and the rate of diabetes in Western Pacific region, and one of the highest in the world and costing around 600 million US dollars per year, the management of diabetes. So according to national survey, this is what we are afraid of. 3.6 million adults had diabetes, whereby we have 49% cases were undiagnosed. Maybe you guys can share with me later in Indonesia whether you do have this undiagnosed case of diabetes, because we are seeing the fact that school children or school university students do have what we call as pre-diabetic, meaning that their blood glucose level is around 7 to 8 when we test for fasting blood glucose. So by 2025, diabetes is expected to affect 7 million Malaysians, posing a major public health risk with a diabetes prevalence of 31.3%. And the increasing trend is a result of a variety of causes, including population expansion, population aging, urbanization, because I think in Malaysia, if you live in Kuala Lumpur or like major mega cities, we always go for fast food, and I think fast food unfortunately is cheaper than you want to buy your own and you want to cook. So people always go for this kind of quick and fast option, and also rising rates of obesity and most physical inactivity, because I think in Malaysia we have a lot of desk job, so we don't really walk that often in our daily job. We have to find time to exercise, and sometimes it's not conducive, sometimes because of the weather, because of safety, because if you go to the gym it will be quite expensive. So I mean, these are the things that actually one of the barriers in doing physical activity in Malaysia. Because I think when I was doing my PhD in Australia, it is easy for me to do physical activity. But back home in Malaysia, I feel so lazy. I feel so hard to do physical activity. It's just because the environment is not conducive. This is what we call as obesogenic environment. All the environment contributing to obesity, all right? So what happened is the health impact. Diabetes can damage the heart, blood vessels, eyes, kidneys, and nerve. Most importantly, if you can see the diabetic patient, they will have like numbness. So meaning that they will have their nerve being damaged. So adults with diabetes will have 2 or 3-fold increased risk of heart attacks and strokes. And combined with reduced blood flow, neuropathy in the feet increase the chance of foot ulcers, infection, and eventual need for limb amputation. Unfortunately, again in Malaysia, sometimes people don't really have their medications on time. Sometimes when we give them insulin, they just throw away, or they just give back to the pharmacy or to the hospital. Why? Because they straight away believe to all the juices, all the supplementation, because they don't believe in medical doctors' drugs. So this is so hard to intervene, because sometimes all these people, they don't really believe in medical doctors. They straight away believe to all the herbal medication. And unfortunately, sometimes it works, sometimes it's not working. So that's why I think it's very important as a dietitian and nutritionist. It doesn't matter whether you are in Malaysia or you're in Indonesia or elsewhere in the world. It's very important to actually comply with the medication provided by the doctors, and also to find ways to convince all the patients to follow your strict nutrition therapy, your strict advice, and all the advice need to be personalized. So people with diabetes also are more likely to have poor outcomes for several infectious diseases, including COVID-19. So I think everybody should know here, when we're talking about diabetes, modifiable risk factors, of course, diet. You can always mention to your patient, okay, you can control calorie, you can control the sugary drink, but how much do they follow your advice? As you can see here, this is a table published elsewhere. So it's not so much about the sugar, the calorie, etc. There are some other nutrients that actually have some direct relationship with diabetes mellitus, risk of diabetes mellitus. But most importantly, I just want to highlight here, in Malaysia, we do have problems with white rice because our staple food, right? So white rice is actually made really one of the high risk factor for diabetes mellitus, especially in Malaysia, and also sugar sweetened beverages because it actually give you an increased risk. All right, and also we also love 3-in-1, and we also love our the some sugar sweetened beverages, the cola, etc., the bubble tea. So it's not so much about rice, but sometimes we are actually eating our hidden sugar, especially from kueh, especially from all the snacks, etc. So I think everybody knows about the fact that once you are diabetic, you have to watch out with their diet. But how much do they are willing to sacrifice their diet? All right. So why diabetes is so hard to intervene? We all love food and we can't really see the implication. We take it lightly because I think as much I don't want to pinpoint to anyone. I just pinpoint to myself. I'm a diabetic patient, but I'm teaching biochemistry, genetics, pharmacology, and toxicology. As much as I know all the theories, but still I'm having problem to control my diet because sometimes I feel that as a human being, I feel that I deserve to eat all this. As much as we can, we try to advise to our patient. We try as a diabetic patient myself, I try to convince myself, please try to love yourself, try to control your diet. But at the end of the day, sometimes we are being challenged with all the food. I think living in Australia is much easier for me because the food there, I think it's easy for me to get just like sandwiches or like salads, etc. But I think in Malaysia, it's so hard for me to 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 go for healthier food choices if I buy outside. It's easier for me to prepare healthier food choice if cooking it at my home. So I mean like maybe it's high time for everyone to take it seriously and to know that diabetes is so dangerous. It's a silent killer basically. I would like to also highlight a little bit on genetics and epigenetics of diabetes because I believe that this is the thing that's lacking in nutritionists, especially in my University Kebangsaan Malaysia. We don't really teach much on the genetics and epigenetics of non-communicable diseases, especially diabetes. When we're talking about genetics and epigenetics, there are some genes that can be switched on or switched off. I normally give 2 hours lecture on this. If you want to know more, you can contact me again for another sort of lecture series. But I just want to show you example here. These are some of the genes being associated with diabetes. So part of it are insulin, PDE, SAPT9, XOC3L2, etc. So all these alterations can actually affect the insulin and glucagon secretion, and this may impact the risk of type 2 diabetes. All right. So all these genes, actually the genes related to beta cells, we haven't gone through the genes related to, example, glucose transporter, the GLUT4, or the genes related to insulin resistance or insulin transporter. So meaning that there are so many genes out there that you need to cover, and that's why the role of genes in diabetes is really important as well, especially now in the time that we are learning so much about the epigenetics, how the environment, which stress, the contaminants, the food, etc., can actually affect our genetics. So diabetes is very important to be detected early because at the end of the day, it will get worsened day by day, especially if you have cases of undiagnosed diabetes. And we don't want to go into this kind of situation whereby we have the phase of insulin resistance. This is very common in Malaysian diabetic patient because we have obese patient, and the reason why they cannot have this insulin to function because they have what we call as insulin resistance. So insulin resistance is when cells in your muscles, fat and liver doesn't respond well to insulin and can't easily take up glucose. So the glucose will be over in your bloodstream. So that's why when you measure your blood glucose, it's always high all the time. All right. So that's what we call as insulin resistance. You don't need to be obese to have insulin resistance. Sometimes people with normal BMI also can have insulin resistance. You just need to see your blood glucose to see the value of your blood glucose. So that's why I told you about the overview of diabetes, why diabetes is so hard to intervene, etc. I think the most important point that I want to highlight today is early detection of diabetes, really, really important. So normally when we do detection of diabetes, we do blood glucose test to monitor, we do HbA1c, and also to confirm we do urine glucose test. These are the tests that are really important, and that's why I think if you have the symptom, or if you know that your family members or relative have the symptom of frequent urination, fatigue, etc., go and detect it early. So education, I don't want to go into detail, but education really helpful in terms of like educating, but I think people would know that high sugar food is really bad. I think most of the nutritionists and dietitians need to focus on the hidden sugar, because at the end of the day, these are the point that they don't really focus on. And we need to understand that aiming the right way is important. What happened in Malaysia is people, the mothers always think that, oh, the children are not eating well. So meaning that they are so kurus, so meaning that they are not eating enough, etc. So they keep giving the children more and more food. So what happened is they tembam, or like being obese is actually okay in Malaysia. So meaning that kalau budak-budak kurus, dia nampak macam okay, mak dia tak bagi cukup makan, etc. So something, the normality or the mentality of the mothers, we need to correct that. So meaning that we need to educate the mothers on to the BMI of the children and how much of portion size is enough for the children, right? And it's very important for the children to being active, because I think again in Malaysia, we always ask the students to go to the school night and day and then sit down to do homework, etc. No time to do sports. So these are some of the things that that's really lacking at the moment. And always important to check your family history. So the need for structured education are really important, because at the end of the day, I think depends on the ministry. Each ministry of health will have their own strategy. So benefits of structured education programs include reduction of HbA1c and episodes of hypoglycemia and hypoglycemia, improvement in treatment satisfaction and adherence, blood glucose self-monitoring. This is very important if you're diabetic, emotional well-being, and also quality of life. And also at the end of the day, the healthy behavior or healthy lifestyle as a way of life. So diabetes education actually empower individuals, because at the end of the day, we do have problems for low income and middle income countries, because we need to make sure that they have access and availability to such program. All right. So this is one of the initiatives that I think is very powerful and is very important. This is actually by our neighboring country, Singapore. If you Google to Health Hub XG, let's beat diabetes, they have this what we call as diabetes risk assessment. I think this is very important. Maybe I think I want to propose to Malaysian government as well to have this kind of diabetes risk assessment, because they have this like a quiz. If you have um, like a question, sort of question, set of question that you can key in, and they can see the risk. If you are at high risk, meaning that they have to go to the clinic to get their blood tests being checked. All right. So I think this is a very wonderful initiative provided by Singapore. So as I mentioned before, early education and diagnosis saves life. Diabetes can be reversed actually. Although people with diabetes will have diabetes throughout their life, but diabetes can be reversed. Okay, so meaning that once you have diabetes, you have to make sure that your diabetes, your blood glucose is in the normal range. So once you have diabetes, you cannot go overboard and eat like your cakes, your ice cream, all the cookies, etc. Because once you have diabetes, you will have it throughout your life. All right. So I think in Malaysia, we have this, all this sort of education and material to help, but believe me, not everyone adhere and comply with the advice. All right. And I think quickly, I just would like to highlight on the role of microbiome in diabetes. I didn't do research in this diabetes and microbiome so much, but I would like to highlight that there are some evidence, especially new evidence coming up on how the gut microbiome can be interrelated with diabetes as well, and how this actually can help in terms of immune system. So as you can see here, based on the animal models, so there are some microbiome related to diabetes. I think the next speaker will touch this further, because as you can see, there are different species of bacteria provided here, Clostridium fusobacterium. And as you can see, low number of Clostridium and fusobacterium has been interrelated with high risk of diabetes. My research is on colorectal cancer, and we do know that gut microbiome is like have a direct effect on colorectal cancer. Okay, if you have a bad microbes in your gut, trust me, your risk of getting colorectal cancer is really high. Your risk of getting all the other degenerative diseases also is really high. So I can just talk on the colorectal cancer because that's my research area. So what happened is, I don't want to go into detail because I might take the other speakers' time, but microorganisms that may drive colorectal cancer include all these anthropogenic bacteroides and also the E. coli. So I think the role of microbiome is very important in terms of non-communicable diseases. But having said that, it's very important for you guys to know as well the etiology of disease, meaning that the genetic and the pathophysiology of disease, so that you can understand which advice that you can go for. So I think take-home message for me today is actually moderation is the key in terms of lifestyle. And as a nutritionist or dietitian or health professionals, you need to reflect on what will be our role to educate the public and also to educate to ourselves, because normally people will see nutritionists as role model. So we have to walk the talk. And also we need to have involvement of multi-stakeholders and also personalized advice for every diabetic patient that we have. I think with that, thank you very much for your attention. If you want to know more about my research, or if you want to have to further study, etc., you can always contact me, or you can you can have my WhatsApp number using the secretariat. I think with that, I pass over to you, Adelina. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for Dr. Razina. That was very entertaining. Okay, let's give a virtual applause to Dr. Razina Sharif. So it is true that type 2 diabetes is a serious disease that cannot be cured with only medicine. You need support from food and physical activity as well as medicine. Like, it is hard recognizing that most of Asian food are tasty and contain high calories and high glucose. So it is our job as a nutritionist to educate our patients that diabetes type 2 especially is really serious disease. And also we need to moderating is the key to reduce the risk of diabetes type 2, especially for the young generation like us, not only for the old people, and we should reflect on what will be our role to educate the public. And the important thing is involvement of multi-stakeholders, because we can solve this problem only with ourselves. We need to involve the stakeholders as well as ourselves, and also personalized advice. So thank you so much, Dr. Ratinasari. And for the participants, if you have any questions to ask, you can click the link at the chat box. And you can write down there, and we will write it after second speakers presented their topics. So we move to another brilliant speaker. It is Dr. Joe Manuel Correa Simons. Dr. Joe, okay, the host, can you show the TV from Dr. Joe? Okay, our second speaker is Dr. Joe Manuel Correa Simons. He works at the Ministry of Health Timor-Leste as the head of National Cancer Unit Department of Non-Communicable Disease. He is expert with all stages of health and policy system and program implementation from ground up. Nevertheless, he has strong background in project management and people-centered approachment. He has done bachelor and master degree in Timor-Leste and finished his medical doctorate in Indonesia. And he has a lot of publication about health. So without any further ado, please welcome Dr. Joe. Dr. Joe Manuel, can you hear me?
I hope you can hear me as well as I hear you. Good morning.
Yeah, okay, Dr. Joe, you have 30 minutes from now to present your topic. Time and place are yours.
Thank you so much. Okay, I think you can share my presentation. Okay, while we're preparing, let me, hello everyone, greets everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. It's an honor for us from Timor-Leste, especially from Dili University, that we have this opportunity. It's not to deliver the material, but also opportunity for us to learn something that we might, as a country, as a nation, a little bit left behind in this issue. So thank you for us. Thank you for all of you for this opportunity, and then let us begin. Before I start the presentation, here with me it's my students here in National Dili University, and with my colleagues, maybe some of them join from the Zoom meeting from their own place. I hope you understand, and then you can hear us very clearly from here. So first of all, this is my, I'm the second speaker, but it's good for me because from the,
Dr. Joe, are you still with us?
Sorry. We are so sorry. It's internet issue.
Okay, it's
I hope you
okay.
understand. So again, I'm the second speaker, and then from what the first speaker delivered to us in previous session, I think it's covered many things, and it's also opportunity for me and my colleagues from Timor-Leste also will learn many things from that. But okay, I will try to deliver my presentation. So we talk about the role of microbiome in our body, in human body. So I start with even all of us know about what is the microbiome. So this is something that maybe more theoretically about the microbiome. So as simple that we say that it's a microorganism that live in our body, live with us in our daily, in our all activities. So okay, so I think I shared the wrong presentation maybe.
Okay, it's okay. Dr. Joe, you can send your right presentation to the host, maybe. The host. Maybe you can help Dr. Joe. Bisa ditunggu sebentar ya, ada kesalahan dari Dr. Joe, mungkin salah mengirim presentasi. Beliau akan mengirimkan presentasi ulang yang akan dibantu oleh panitia. Mohon bisa ditunggu sebentar. Joe,
Hello.
is it the correct presentation?
I think you share another the wrong slide maybe. So just change to the.
Okay.
I hope yeah, Nirva can help me.
Is it the slide that you're going to
Yeah.
present in? Okay.
Thank you so much. Okay, next slide, please. So we already hear many things from the professor from Malaysia. So it's I just quote something that maybe not mentioned in the presentation. Thank you for that. So next slide, please. So we start with the what is microbiome in the concept. So we are not alone in this world, even with our body, because there's a lot of things in terms of the living materials. We talk about the microorganisms that live with us, stay with us in our own body. So actually, it's really affect our body to work properly. So next, when we compare ourselves with this microorganism on a mountain, there is million, more than million compared with us. Thank you. Next slide, please. So it's just something that very theoretically. So we prepare this to understand what is a microbiome. It's a flora normal, and then we got this in two type of the microorganism flora normal in our body, the good one and also the bad one. There's a lot of microorganism that we can classify as the good, and also in another hand as a bad one for us. Next. So this show to us where which part of our body that microbiome stay or live there. So it almost a part of our body is become a place for the microorganism to live there. So start from the outside, from our skin until the internal and our internal part of the body. So mainly in the gut or our intestinal, it's a lot of microbiome that is live there. Next. So the composition of the microbiome, it depends on many things. So it's not something that's stagnant. This is a dynamic in changes. So it depends on many things. So what the concern is, if there is a or there is occur the dramatically changes in the composition of our microbiome in our body, and it become can lead to the problem that we have. So it's a lot of microbiome and in different type and different species in us. So more than 100, more than 1,000, and even more than million, that it's different from person to person. So it can consist from the bacteria, mainly from the bacteria, and Firmicutes is main too, but also we can find that there is some fungus and also a single cell organism we can find also in our body. Next. So the composition of our microorganisms in our body, it depends on several things. The first, it's about the delivery mode. When we deliver by vaginal delivery or from the cesarean delivery. So it's caused the component of the microbiome that we can get from the initial connection to the world, this world. And after that, there is the breastfeeding, and also the feeding to the infants by breastfeeding from his mother, and also or from the bottle, will make a different of the type of microbiome that we can have in our body. So like in the box, it's already mentioned some different type of the microorganism that we can have based on the road that we take or we access to us. And also the environmental exposure, it's also can lead to the different of the microbiome that we can have in our body. Next. So it's the same slide, just next. So the major of the microbiome that we have in our body, it's in the phylum of the Firmicutes. It's about 60 to 80%. The other is combined with the bacterioids, and also there's many things, many bacteria, many microorganisms that live in us, but the main one is the Firmicutes phylum. Next. So this is the what we have to be concerned, because mainly, generally we think that microorganisms, especially the bacteria, we think that it's the organism that always do something bad, always harm us as a human, as a person, as a living material here. But so we know that disease or happen to us because of the microorganism like cholera, plague, and every other disease, typhoid. So it's always happen because we think that it happened because this microorganism. So this is the way that we think. We assume that maybe all the microorganism that live in us is bad things, but actually it's not. Next. So we need to think the difference of the microorganism that living in our body. So they has the role, very important role for human. So they play a role in human unique DNA determination. The previous speaker already mentioned about this. There is a clear and strong link between microorganism to determine our genome in body. And also we need to think that this microorganism that stay live with us in our body, it's they become a competitor for another species of microorganism. So in the first previous slide we said that we have bad and also good microorganisms. So these two kind of microorganisms, they compete in our body. So as we human, we struggle for life. These two kind of microorganisms also they struggle to life to extend their life by compete each other in our body. So it become very important for us when we like in the next slide we'll talk about that. So in some for example, we have one bifidobacteria that living in baby's intestinum. It help babies digestive system to digest the breast milk, something like that. And also next. Okay, it's also, I think it just, we just go through because already explained from the previous speaker. Okay. Next. Okay. So this is how microorganism can be footprint for us to determine our DNA, our genetic. So what we know that even there is a million of the microorganism, but it's different from one person to one person. So actually, from the microbiome itself or from its metabolism, we can define the difference between person to person by genome, something like that. Next. So this is the sequence how to perform the genome DNA sequence. Next. So there's some factor that influence our composition of our microbiome in our body. So mainly from when we take too much drugs, mainly the antibiotic, that it can affect the amount of the microorganism in our body, mainly in our intestine. So when we take antibiotic too much, it's overdose. So antibiotics function is kill all the living material, include the microorganism. So it can lead to the low resistance for us to be to get infection. And we also take the water sanitation with the chlorinated drinking. So we know that the chlorine it's directly kill the good and bad bacteria at the same time, but it's more powerful to the good microorganism rather than the bad one, because the bad one it's sometimes it's very hard to be killed. And also from our diet, when we take the wrong diet, and also it will cause that our microbiome in ourselves will not grow properly, and sometimes it decrease in amount. So we know that when we don't have enough sufficient microbiome in our body, especially in our intestine, and our intestine become very treat to the infection and also inflammation that caused by another microorganism. Next. So, and also already mentioned that the composition of microbiome also it depends and affect from the way from the delivery, like cesarean section. If this is first access to the normal microflora from mother to doesn't occur because the way of delivery is it's different, something like. And also when we don't take the breastfeeding, exclusive breastfeeding for our baby, and they don't get enough or sufficient microbiome that they need for their self. And our way of to maintain our cleanness, we use the soap that mainly contain antibacterial soap. So it really kills the good bacteria in microorganism that we has in our body. So it will give opportunity to bad one to live easily, rather than they need to when they compete with the good bacteria, good microorganism we call the flora normal in us. Next. So how to maintain our microbiome in us? First, of course, now we know that probiotic product is strongly very help to maintain the amount of microbiome in us. But also we can consume plenty fermented food, increase the prebiotic diet, so it help us. And from the source we learned that the open air activities will increase exposure to the microorganisms, especially bacteria. And also open airflow for us in our house, our place. It will help the flow of the microorganism that can export to us also. Next. So the professor already mentioned and specified the role of microbiota in health regarding to the diabetic situation. So this is just something very general. So we know that the microorganisms that live with us, they play two roles in us. Like we have a relationship with them, a symbiotic relationship. They can be commensal microorganism in us or opportunistic in us. Even they become a pathogenic microorganism for us. But what we have to concern is about the symbiosis relationship between microorganism and us, because it's really help us. So in their presence also, they shape and maintaining our immunity, human immunity. They will trigger the innate immunity and also the adaptive immunity in one person. Next. So this is the mutual relationship, symbiosis relationship between us and also the microbiome. So when we have the sufficient amount of microbiome in us, so we will increase the metabolic capacity of the host, and disease carbohydrates, milk products, and everything will go well. Even will increase to 10% of the calories from diet. So this microorganism also, in general, they can provide produce and also provide the vitamins, mineral for our body, which is very important, like vitamin B2, B12, and also vitamin K and folic acid. It's very important for us, for our body. So, and also their colonization also protect us from the pathogenic microorganism. We explained that because this is they live in the same place, they compete each other. So when the good the flora normal colonization, it's bigger than pathogenic, so they can protect us from the disease. Next. Okay. I think just go. So, next. So maybe this is, I want to talk about this also. So when we have sufficient microorganism in our body, our part of the body, like in intestinum, there is a very strong attachment or relationship we call the tight junction between microorganism and also our body. So it like produce a layer that can make us protect us from the invasion of the pathogenic material microorganism. So the attachment from the good flora normal good microorganism will protect us. It's the layer of our body. It's like become bigger rather than before. So it's hard for the pathogenic bacteria, pathogenic microorganism to access to the part lower part of our body that can cause something that very harmful for us. Next.
Excuse me, Dr. Joe, your time is 10 minutes left.
Okay. Next. Okay, this is the picture to show how microbiome can help us in our innate immunity. So we see that PAMS, pathogen associated molecular patterns, can be recognized by the microbiome in ourselves, and it leads to the when pathogenic organism can be our body already know, so they can protect us. Next. This is the way a microbiome help us to produce our adaptive immune system. Next. Okay. So just a previous speaker already explained it very well, and we learned a lot from that. So this is that some example that it's a proof. There is a proof that the microbiome can prevent us from the diabetic. So like Akkermansia municipal, it enhancing the digestion and also motion to increase short chain fatty acid and feeding in intestinal cell. So it can help a person, that can help people to hello. It will help us to prevent us from the intake of a lot of sugar in that we take from our food, our drinking, like that. Next. Okay, I think I finished the presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Joe. That was fantastic. Let's give applause to him. Okay, as we know that we aren't alone in our body, we have bacteria in our body, and we can increase the level of our bacteria in our body. And when we provide enough nutrient, we eat the correct food to increase the amount of microbiome. It will increase the metabolic capability of the host in the digest plant carbohydrate, and also it can prevent diabetic in our body. And as we know that some
Nggak usah
lactobacilli,
nggak usah kepo kok.
maaf, boleh di mute suaranya. Okay, and as we know, some lactobacilli and plant principles inhibit alpha glucoside in the gut, much like acarbose, so it will prevent diabetic in our body. So thank you so much for Dr. Joe. So we are now at the discussion session. Actually, we've got many questions because of tremendous enthusiasm, but unfortunately, we're going to read just some questions, not all of the questions, due to limited time. So maybe the operator and the host will be sharing us about the questions to our speaker. Okay, so first is the question to Dr. Razina. Dr. Razina, you still with us?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, so this is our first question to Dr. Razina. Is it true that a father has diabetes and his daughter is more likely to be affected than his son? If a mother has diabetes, then her son is more likely to be affected than her daughter.
Yep.
Can you get it, doctor?
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, okay.
Totally.
Okay.
Thank you for the question, Ayu. So it's a very interesting because my field is in genetics. So basically, when you have this inherited genetic disease, well, diabetes is not really a genetic disease per se, but it does have some genetic predisposition, we call. But normally, all these genetic predisposition disease will come if you're a daughter, you will get most of the diseases from your father. So it's actually cross-linked. So if you are a son, most of the diseases will come from your mother. Example, I don't want to go into detail like the other family members, but just my family. Example, my mom, my late mom used to have like eczema, allergic reaction, etc. So all these disease relate particularly on like inherited to my brothers. Me myself, I get inherit all the diseases mostly come from my father. So it doesn't mean that you will get like 100%, but 90% of the genetic predisposition of diseases will come into cross-link. It doesn't stop into like the father and mother. You have to go through like the grandmother and the grandfather as well. So whatever, like I'm the daughter, so meaning that I'll get the most of the genetic disease come from my grandfather. So yeah, I think Ayu's question is correct. If you're a daughter, you'll get the disease from your father mostly.
Oke, Ayu mungkin sudah jelas jawaban dari Dr. Razina. So our next questions. So the next questions is from Ayu. Okay.
Yeah. Or are you again? Is it the same person?
Yes, we have reduced sugar consumption, but there's a history of diabetes in the family. Is there any possibility of diabetes?
Unfortunately, yes. It's just because of their genetics. But the thing is, example, if you have the genetic of like diabetes or doesn't matter, other chronic disease like cancer as well. So even though you take care of your lifestyle before, meaning that you will develop the disease at early onset, but you will still develop the disease at maybe like instead of 30 years old, you will develop the disease at 40 to 50 years old. So meaning that the onset is longer, you will still develop the disease because of you do have the genetics for it. I'm not sure why am I echoing, Adelina.
Yeah, maybe the computer, yeah, the computer just muted volume. So that was really correct answer, Dr. Razina. Thank you. And Ayu, I hope you will understand. So do you have any questions to read? Maybe third questions? Okay, only 2 questions. The host.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I have a question.
Okay, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes. I am Esteban from Deal University in East Timor. So I'm as a
Okay.
student. So my question is related to the first presentator.
Okay, for the first moderator. I'm sorry, I
Yes.
mean the first speaker.
Yes.
Okay.
Now my question like this. I just asked to the first presentation. How can we have a question about separate about the Malaysian? In the country Malaysia is the best hospital. In our country, all the leaders always go there and get their health care in Malaysia. And then the first presenter just said that they in Malaysia have diabetes disease. Diabetes mellitus is the case always uh, just barak itu namanya barak. Uh, so many. And how can we get a good manner or alternative to this avoid from diabetes mellitus, because diabetes mellitus is disease non-communicable. How can we do the best alternative or manner to avoid from this disease? That's all my question. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Estacomo. Maybe Dr. Razina, it refers to you.
Yeah,
Can answer.
Adelina, if I get the questions correctly, I think Esteva wants to know like how do Malaysia cope with diabetes mellitus, is it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like that? Okay.
Yeah.
I think Esteva, correct me if I'm wrong, if I get your questions correctly. Of course, all the ministers, I think not only in Timor-Leste, I think most of the other countries, neighboring countries, do come to Malaysia because we provide the best medical care. That one I cannot deny, because I think the best thing in Malaysia, because we provide subsidy for all the medical treatment, etc. So we have free treatment, free medications, especially for our citizens. But unfortunately, diabetes is still high. Again, partly because I think being in Malaysia, we don't really appreciate the nature or the treatment or the medical cost. Because when I was in Australia, even when I want to see the doctor, I have to make appointment for 3 days. And in fact, like the medication is really, really expensive as a student. But in Malaysia, I think people take it for granted because sometimes we can see, because I work in HUKM, Hospital University Kebangsaan Malaysia as well, we can see that every day patient come, they just throw away the medication and the insulin. Insulin is very expensive. So they just throw away their insulin. They take things for granted. I think that's why we have the problem of diabetes is getting high and high, because one, they are not comply with the medication. Number two, it's because of the food in Malaysia, because of the urbanization and also the transition, because we have a lot of fast food, a lot of this westernized culture, fusion culture of food. So this becoming a really dangerous trend because of hipster food. I'm not sure whether in Indonesia you do have this kind of like hipster version all the coffee with whipped cream, with sugar, all the goreng pisang now with cheese, and then all the fusion food, or everything with sugar, with artificial, yeah, there's so many things. But I think don't we don't blame the medical care, because I think Malaysia provide the best, one of the best in the world. But we actually blame the citizen. I mean, like the ni lah, tak bersyukur lah ni, like we take things for granted, because I'm seeing the patient throwing away like insulin, metformin. So I feel really sad to as a healthcare professional to see this thing happening in our hospital, in our clinic. So yeah, I hope that actually answer your question, Esteban. It's really sad scenario to share, but unfortunately it happened in Malaysia.
Okay, Esteban, is it clear?
Yes, Sarah. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Razina, thank you so much for the answers. And should we read the next questions? Okay, the third question is from Carla to Dr. Joe Manuel. Dr. Joe Manuel, are you still with us? Hello, Dr. Joe.
Thank you so much. I just switch off the video, so maybe the connection will be.
Okay, it's okay. Yeah, I will read the questions for you. So, Dr. Joe, the question is from Corla. The question is there a relationship between the gut microbiota and the incidence of type 2 diabetes mellitus? So, Dr. Joe, you can answer it.
Okay, so thank you so much for the question. I think we learn together from the professor also, me, myself, and when we prepare this, we know that as I explained, as the doctor professor explained also that the type 2 of the diabetics, it's more linked with our behavior, especially the dietary behavior. So we talk about how insulin doesn't work properly to maintain our sugar level in the normal one. So how microbiome will protect us from the diabetic. So in the reference that we know that there is the product of the hello.
Yeah, Dr. Joe, you can continue. Hello, we can see or hear you.
Okay, so from okay, so we found out that the microbiome it can help us to
Hello, maybe the connection was not too good, but it's okay, Dr. Joe, you can continue. Hello, Dr. Joe. Okay, maybe Dr. Joe has some problem with the connection, but it's okay. The speakers will share their topics and their presentation. Maybe the participant can download it later. So we move to the next section. Before we move to the end of our panel, we're about to give virtual awarding certificates as our appreciation to our speakers. And the first certificate goes to Dr. Razina Sharif. Okay, the committee or the host.
Do I need to do anything, Adelina?
We will share the, yeah, just wait for the Committee.
Halo,
Okay.
halo.
Oh, hello,
Kedengaran?
Dr. Joe.
Kedengaran.
Oh, okay. You're going to answer the questions before?
Yeah, yeah. Okay. So,
Okay, I'm sorry.
yeah. So, microbiome will help us to decrease the resistance for the insulin. So, like in the theories, it said that in the reference said that because their attachment to the our intestinal layer, it protects our intestinal layer. It's more it's not thick, but it's bigger than so it's very hard for the pathogenic microorganism to invade our intestinal. So when the inflammation occurs because of the invasion of our intestine, our pathogenic microorganism in our intestine, it make like a leaky gullet there. So the both the metabolic product from the microbiome will enter the our blood circulation and can reach to our pancreas and also another part of the body. In this term, it's about the diabetic, so it will affect the work of our pancreas. That's just as Dr. Prof just mentioned before, that it will affect the production of the pancreas cell, which one work with the can support the work of the insulin. So insulin work will be not proper because the annoying of that's something that not happen properly in pancreas. So this that's the way microbiome can help us, can protect us from the diabetes type 2. I hope that it can answer and explain, and Prof can add some information to it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Joe. I'm sorry for the bad connectivity. So is it clear, Carla? Don't worry, we will share the topics and the presentation to you, so you will read it again. So before we move to the next session, we're going to give virtual awarding certificates as our appreciation to each speaker. Okay, the operator, can you help me to share the certificates? Okay, thank you. Our first certificate is giving to Associate Professor Dr. Razina Sharif as our speaker in International Nutrition Seminar. Thank you, Dr. Razina, for the participation, for your attendance, and sharing incredible information here.
Thank you.
Okay. So the next certificate will be giving to Dr. Joe Manuel. Okay, Dr. Joe, are you still joining with us?
Yeah. Hello.
Okay. Yeah, Dr. Joe, it is our awarding certificate to you. Thank you for your attendance and sharing an incredible information as the speaker in the International Nutrition Seminar. Thank you, Dr. Joe.
For us, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So we are at the end of our first panel. Thank you very much to Dr. Razina and Dr. Joe. We are very grateful for giving us worthwhile information, and thanks for spending your time joining with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, it is no secret that the success of this seminar is your active participation. We are very grateful to you for taking time off from your busy schedules to attend the seminar. So thank you for coming. With these few words, ladies and gentlemen, It is such an honor and pleasant duty for me being moderator on this international online nutrition seminar. I'm giving back the place and time to the MC. Thank you very much for your all cooperation. I am Adelina saying goodbye. Hope we can meet again in the other opportunities. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, move to the next agenda is ice breaking. We present to you the Gita Swasta Harena Choir, the Department of Nutrition, Health Polytechnic of the Ministry of Health, Semarang. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Gita Swasta Harena.
I've been reading books of old, the legends and the myths, Achilles and his hook, Hercules and his gifts, Spider-Man controls, and Batman with his fists. And clearly I don't see myself upon the list. She said, where'd you wanna go? How would you wanna risk? I'm not looking for somebody with some superhuman gift, some superhero. I've been reading books of old, the legends and the myths, the testament are told, the moon and its eclipse, and Superman unrolls and sweet before he leaves. But I'm not the kind of person that it fits. She said, where'd you wanna go? How would you wanna risk? I'm not looking for somebody with some superhuman gift, some superhero. I want something just like this. Where'd you wanna go? How much you wanna risk? I'm not looking for somebody with some superhuman gift, some superhero, some fairy tale please, just something I can turn to, somebody I can kiss. I want something just like this. 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 Oh, I want something just like this.
Thank you for the massive performance.
Ladies and gentlemen, continuing to the next agenda, which is the second panel discussion, will be delivered by Mrs. Arintina Rahayuni as the third speaker with the topic relationship between cat microbiome and diabetes mellitus.
And also Dr. Diki Budiman as the fourth speaker with the topic maintaining microbiome to reduce risk factor for diabetes mellitus. The second panel will be led by Ms. Zuhria Ismawanti as moderator and allow us to read the CV of Ms. Zuhria Ismawanti.
Okay, her name is Zuria Ismawanti, Education is Bachelor Applied Clinical Nutrition in Jember State of Polytechnic 2013 until 2017, and a Master of Clinical Nutrition Science in Sebelas Maret University 2017 until 2019. And experience, Kusuma Hussain University, Faculty of Health Science, Bachelor of Nutrition Lecture, and Health Polytechnic of Semarang Nutrition Department Lecture. So, without any further ado, please welcome Ms. Zuria Ismawanti.
Thank you, Rizky and Puji, for a very kind introduction and inviting me for this time. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Greeting and a good day for all honorable speaker, distinguished guests, college, and all participants who join us with Zoom meeting and live streaming on YouTube. Welcome back to the second session of International Online Nutrition Seminar entitled The Role of Microbiome to Prevent Non-Communicable Disease. This international online nutrition seminar was organized by nutrition students of Association in Nutrition Department of Health Polytechnic of Semarang. Thank you for your time and participating in this online nutrition seminar. My name is Zuhria Ismawanti and I'm going to be a moderator in second session. As we know, the composition of the microbiota of the digestive tract is related to non-communicable diseases such as type 2 diabetes mellitus, colon cancer, and cardiovascular disease. The dominance of beneficial of microorganism is known to help prevent this communicable disease, and Health Polytechnic of Semarang is a big university in Indonesia want to give a positive contribution for that and through these seminars. For that, we have two speakers who are already with us. And we have Mrs. Arintina Rahayuni and Dr. Diki Budiman. But I would like to greet Mrs. Arintina first. Hello, Mrs. Arintina. Good morning.
Yes, okay.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Arintina. And the next is Dr. Diki Budiman is officially. Dr. Diki Budiman, are you with me?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. Welcome to the seminar, our both speakers, and we are going to do a presentation. And in this session is 1 hour. And the speakers will talk around about 30 minutes. And after the speaker of presenter topic, we will have a discussion for about 30 minutes. And all the audience can ask questions. If you have a question, you can ask your question during the discussion. Just you can type your question link on Zoom or YouTube channel chat box was provided by committee. Okay, you can type your question with format. Just write down your name, your institution, and to whom address the questions. Okay, I'm going to read them for you. All right, these to these questions. And now, let's moving along and get started to our seminar session. Let's going to our first keynote speakers. It's a great pleasure to introduce Mrs. Arintina Rahayuni. She will be talking on his expert opinion on the relation between gut microbiome and diabetes mellitus. But I'm going to read Ms. Arintina profile before. Mrs. Arintina is currently lecturer at Nutrition Program Health Polytechnic of Semarang since 1991. And she is a candidate doctoral in food science at Gadjah Mada University. And she has a lot of publication. I noticed that many papers. And she has a long main experience and course, as you can see on the CV. And her expertise is a health, nutrition, and food technology. All right, Mrs. Arintina Rahayuni, you have 30 minutes to present your presentation. So please, the time is yours.
Thank you, Miss Yuri. Can you help me share screen?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nice to meet you on Happy Day, speaker and participant on online seminar, all manager of Polytechnic Semarang. Ladies and gentlemen, talking about microbes is very interesting. Recently, many studies are oriented toward the role of gastrointestinal microbes in improving non-communicable disease and improving the immune system. Research on the role of gut microbes in diabetes and hyperlipidemia is the most accessible. Current research that has not been widely carried out is the role of gastrointestinal microbes for anemia severius. Food can improve health. The efficiency of bioactive compound will affect the physiology or cellular activity of humans who consume it. Many rules of food in the form of complex carbohydrate, that is a dietary fiber, resistant starch, fructan, inulin, and phos, and the role of postbiotic or the product of prebiotic fermentation by probiotic in the form the short chain fatty acid. This is acetic, propionic, and butyrate. Has been widely studied, especially in diabetes, hyperlipidemia, and cancer. Next. The prevalence of type 2 of diabetes and other metabolic disease is increasing rapidly worldwide and has become a very important health problem. Metabolically, there are different mechanisms underlying beta cell failure in diabetes 1 type and 2 type. In the figure of the left of type 1 diabetes, there is an autoimmune response mediated destruction of pancreatic beta cell, macrophage, T cell, and cytokines, leading to absolute insulin deficiency and development of hyperglycemia. In type 2, beta cell demands occur which are influenced by environmental factors such as lipotoxicity and glucotic toxicity, as well as failure of the pancreatic beta cell to compensate for insulin resistance. Loss of mass of functional beta cell, which is defined as increased glucose production and decreased glucose disposal therapy, accelerating hyperglycemia. Next. The role of prebiotic, probiotic, and their metabolic product, postbiotic, for diabetic has been widely studied. Recent research information released the role of future prospect of the potential of microbiome modulating and increase in this number and quality and its role in drug interaction in diabetic. The mechanism is thought to a two-way interaction between gut microbiota and antibiotic drugs, and the manipulation of gut microbiome composition and metabolic capacity by diabetes drugs. Next. prebiotic will be fermented by probiotic, contributing to the inhibition of hyperglycemia through apatite inhibitor by glucagon receptor peptide 1, obstruction of renal glucose reabsorption by SGLT2I, inhibition and increase endogenous hepatic glucose production by the TZD, MET, and GLP-1RA. Decrease skeletal muscle blood glucose uptake by TZD and GLP-1RA. Inhibition of adipose lipolysis by TSD and orlistat. Inhibition abnormal insulin and glucagon secretion from the pancreas by GLP-RA and DPP-4ISU and GLP-RA. And the last inhibition in increased intestinal glucose absorption by AGE. Okay, next slide 6. The main role of fructans. Next. Okay. The main role of fructans, FOS, and inulin for diabetics mainly occurs in the pancreas, namely by decreasing blood glucose after eating, decreasing insulin response to food, and increasing insulin resistance. There are generally 5 types of resistance start, namely 1, RS1, RS type 1, stuck trapped between the food matrix so that enzyme access in hampered. RS type 2, resistant starch type 2, the starch is eaten raw, not gelatinized, and is high in amylosa. RS3, cooked already gelatinized, then cooled. RS4, modified starch chemical bond merging occurs amylase enzyme inhibited. Resistant starch will specially inhibit the absorption of glucose from the digestive tract, and then fermentation will produce three type of SCFA, acetate, butyrate, and propionate. Propionate plays a greater role in reducing cholesterol, and butyrate for diabetic. Next. This important information for FOS and inulin. Banana in the local food from Indonesia are the main source of phos in Indonesia local food, while inulin is in tubers especially and gembili and arrowroot. Phos has a small molecule, and phos have fermented more quickly than inulin. The recommended intake of phos is 5 gram and inulin is 8 gram every day. Consumption more than 15 gram cause flatulency. The results show that daily consumption 7 until 15 gram significantly reduce the postprandial glucose response. Fructan tastes strongly sweet and has a texture similar to fat. The function of the phos and inulin as a substitute for fat and sugar. Phos and inulin have low calories, 40%, and energy 1.5 until 2 kilocalorie per gram. Next. Important information about resistant starch. Fresh food generally contain resistant starch type 2 with a high in amylosa. Resistant starch is fermented in the large intestine by microorganisms. Recommended daily consumption 3 until 8 gram per every day, maximum 45 gram per day, every day. Research shows that 40 gram resistant starch improve insulin sensitivity in diabetes. A combination of 60 resistant starch and 40 digestible starch was used in intervention for diabetes. Next. This is a rule of mechanism of fiber fermentation. Inulin slows small intestinal motility, inhibited carbohydrate absorption, increase insulin response. In the large intestine, fructan and resistant starch are fermented to produce short-chain fatty acid, propionate, butyrate, and acetate. Increase SCFA concentration have been shown a decrease circulating free fatty acid and increase insulin sensitivity. Increased SCFA result in increased synthetic in glucagon like peptide 1, GLP-1 and peptide YY, PYY, as well decrease food intake. GLP-1 increase pancreatic cell proliferation and insulin secretion. Increase GLP-1 concentration lead is reduce hyperglycemia, increase insulin sensitivity and satiety. Next. The beneficial effect of SCFA, acetate, propionate, and butyrate. And the one point is prebiotic dietary fiber and resistant starch will be fermented into SCFA in the large intestine. SCFA are absorbed into enterocyte, reacts the blood circulation and are stored glucose and muscle, liver, and adipose tissue. Acetate is a structure carbon to carbon. Reacts the brain plays a role in reducing appetite and food consumption. SCFA regulated myeloid cell, facilitates lymphocyte formation, enhance immunity, and prevent inflammatory disease. SCFA activities, GPR43 intestinal epithelial cell, prevent bacterial inflammatory disease, suppresses autoimmune, lymphocyte, and diabetes type 1. Next. Butyrate type SCFA are the main target for diabetes improved with a mechanism specific for butyrate. Dietary fiber is fermented by prebiotic to produce butyrate, which is absorbed and used as an energy source for activation of peroxisome response gamma (PPAR) in inducing beta oxidation and oxygen consumption, facilitating an aerobic condition of probiotic growth. Butyrate bind of free fatty acid receptor, act as histone HDAC inhibitor, regulated enterodocrine hormone release. The butyrate reduces circulation to the periphery regulated the process of thermogenesis in brown adipose tissue and enhanced pancreatic beta cell function. Next. Change in the microbial composition of the digestive tract, especially for diabetes type 1 by SCFR. Prebiotic dietary fiber and resistant starch enrich certain common cell microbia, especially bacteroid species. Change in commercial bacteria have a surprise effect in diabetes type 1. However, the mechanism remain unclear. Yes, next reset. Yes, SFR function is inhibitor of intestinal epithelial cell in producing cytokine, indirectly suppressing the emergence of autoimmune disease response by lowering the threshold of activation of antigen processing cell and T cell. SFR increase the formation of Th1 and Th17 cell with function of increase the immune response to prevent chronic inflammation. Next, okay. The result of the review article by Andrew Wang, 2090, Revider and et al. Explain the effect of sick anti-diabetic drug on the growth of probiotic microbes and decrease in pathogenic bacteria in the digestive tract. This is very interesting example. Metformin. This bifidobacteria effect to produce SCFR. Example banana and tubers are local food source of in Indonesia. This contain phos, inulin, and resistant starch. It should be note that banana have 7 state maturity. State 1 and 2 have high is phos, inulin, and resistant starch. The more type banana is converted into glucose in the other state, in state 3 until 7. Okay, next. Various intestinal microbial enzyme that have been found to influence the pharmacokinetic of different drugs. Prebiotic fermentation by probiotic will produce several types of enzyme. For example, beta glucuronidase enzyme and etc. Beta oxo reduction, and in the slide you can see here. The enzyme has the effect on the process to effect of drug. You have contribution of azo reduction, nitro reduction, and etc. And the interaction with drug is a positive interaction. Okay. It is early research about drug interaction with probiotic. Okay, the next, the last slide. Conclusion then can be conveyed in this seminar. It use local food to modulate the gut microbiome, in fruit microbiome diabetes as the development of drug therapy for type 2 diabetes and obesity. And the other research, it is a very abundant of research, is about to prevent hyperlipid. In the next research, my next research is about banana with stone. You can say this in Indonesia, pisang kelutuk, ya. Yeah. Mungkin the research about the stone of the banana is very the high of fiber, and then post maybe hang in post can prevent the non-communicable disease. That's enough, maybe. Yeah. Mr. Yuria.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Arindina Rahayuni. And yes, I think that microbiome have contributing to inhibitor of hyperglycemia by GLP-1, sodium glucose co-transport 2 inhibitor, and there is fructose and resistant starch will improve metabolic health with local source and fresh food. A recommendation of for consume of combination from resistant starch and fermentation starch because they can easily digestible. So we got a new insight from your opinion and your perspective. Thank you very much, Ms. Arindina, for addressing this interesting topic. And I hope you can see until the next session from the next hour speakers. Thank you, Mrs. Arindina. Before next speakers, I want to remind again for the all participants. If you have a question for Ms. Arindina, you can submit your questions to question link already submitted from committee in your Zoom or YouTube chat box. Just write down your name, your institution, and to whom address your question. Thank you, and we move to our second speakers. It's a very great pleasure to introduce Dr. Diki Budiman. Dr. Diki Budiman, are you with us?
Yes, Yusria.
Okay. Is our second keynote speaker. He will be talking on his expert opinion on maintaining microbiome to reduce risk factor for diabetes mellitus. But before Dr. Diki Budiman talking about this, I would like to reach his profile first. Dr. Diki Budiman is currently PhD candidate in Global Health Security of Griffith University, Brisbane, Australia, and he has many experience. That's quite a long time in health programs at various national and global institutions such as ASEAN, Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation, and Organization of Islamic Cooperation. And also he's an expert and is competent and conceptually the science and involved in various global and national health issues, including HIV/AIDS, SARS, ASEAN Charters, and many others. All right, I'll be Dr. Diki. It's time to you for your presentation. You have 30 minutes for this, so please, the time is yours.
Thank you, Zuhria, and thank you also to Ibu Jurina, for the very great presentation. So I would like also to thank to the committee, the Poltekkes Semarang, for the invitation to attend and also present in this occasion. Could the committee share my presentation? Help me to present, to share screen my presentation.
Okay, maybe the committee can help Dr. Diki to show her presentation.
Okay, thank you. Today I will present the topic on maintaining microbiomes to reduce risk factors for diabetes mellitus. Of course, I'm not nutritionist. I'm not the also expert on nutrition, but a medical doctor and also global health practitioner and expert in and based on this the expert, I will explain from the global perspective and also the national perspective how we can deal with this issue, especially the diabetes mellitus issue. Next slide. Please, next slide. Okay. Always in every occasion, in every opportunity to talk with student, I always bring us to see at the global level, because again, the global health issue came from local health issue, and the local health action will contribute to the global health action. So by understanding this slide, I really hope that the student in Poltekkes Semarang can see the problem of diabetes mellitus, the problem of how to maintain the microbiome as an action to previously, just the previous slide first, how to deal with this problem, but based on our local situation. Previously, the previous speaker already mentioned about the local food. That's very important, and like tempe and others. That's what I want to raise in this slide, that we have to understand the problem, but we have to deal this with the by doing the local action. You know, the problem for non-communicable disease is increasing in the globe level and even at the national level. One of contributor to this global health problem in terms of non-communicable disease is obesity and diabetes mellitus. And to deal with this issue, especially the diabetes mellitus, of course, we cannot only rely on medical, treatment or the hospitalization, because it will give us, the government will have more burden to deal with this, and will take a high cost, because diabetes usually not the direct cause for fatality or mortality, but it will invite another problem. So dealing with this problem should be also find another way, by choose or find the way that can also minimum in term of cost and minimum in term of budgeting from the government, and easy to do by the patient. Next slide. Because up to 2021, diabetes around the world still become one of the highest global health problem. The number of adults with diabetes is predicted to rise to 55 million by 2045, and it's increasing in 134%. And it means if we talk about 55 million, it's almost even over than one population in West Java province. So we can imagine one province, all of them are the diabetes patient. And if we talk about this diabetes patient, usually the patient is already in not only severe but in mid symptom of the disease. And if we look at to this figure, we can see that there is two area or region in the world become the highest rank of these diabetes patient. First is Western Pacific, which is just close to the Australia, and also the Southeast Asia, which is not only Indonesia but also including India. So this means that Indonesia is one part of the Southeast Asia already also contribute to this diabetes problem. Next slide. So that's the reason why the today seminar or discussion is very important, not only for the student in Poltekkes Semarang, but also we can contribute to the government policy even at the local level to start to deal with this diabetes. This slide gives us how the diabetes milestone timeline, because if we see from this slide, we know that the problem of this diabetes has been emerged from since the 1889, where the pancreatic diabetes discovered. But if we look at this milestone or timeline, we can see that all of this activity or the time series is more about the treatment, more about the curative aspect. There is none significant event in human history to try to change the habit of human in terms like healthy food and etc. So that's the reason why, again, today discussion about the microbiome has become very important, because when we rely on this only curative or treatment aspect, we see that the case of diabetes still increasing. Even now, we reach one of the record during the human history. Next slide. And again, I always also give the rationale, the background. We already seen the background of this, why we have to discuss this from the global perspective, from the history. And now I also want to show you as the medical doctor that why we have to deal with this diabetes since early early stage of this disease, even before the disease appear or emerge, because the major complication of diabetes is very serious, not only in microvascular but also at the microvascular, and it will reduce the quality life of the patient, and also we can will give the damage to the another organ like eye, kidney, and also the heart. So this understanding will give us more rational why we have to very seriously find a solution for this diabetes, not only from the treatment aspect, curative aspect, but also from promotion, from prevention, and healthy food, healthy habit. It's is one very important aspect to do this. Next slide. Then now we look at what is the microbiome. I believe the previous speaker already mentioned about this, but I want to rise from my perspective to again to bring you, especially the student, about why we have to look at this microbiome as our tools to deal with this diabetes as the non-communicable diseases, because the human microbiomes also already become our resources actually, because it's within our body, in every human body, and to make us very aware that no human has the same microbiome. It's it's quite unique for the microbiome, and the most significant or important message that we have to see from this human microbiome, that it's a dynamic system. It's mean if dynamic, it's mean can change over time, and it depend on several factors. Then we will see in the next slide, and also then it will influence the status, the healthy status of the human. Next slide. So the human microbiome is one of the largest organ. Why is largest organ? Actually, if we collect all of them, it can be like 3 kilograms in adult. So it's very huge. 3 kilograms of say bacteria, fungus, and also viral. So it's become one of our part of our body, and the system is like symbiosis strategy or mutualism, and the microbiome works in harmony with various organs in our body, and that's why if we want to maintain, because my speak in here is about the maintaining microbiome. If we want to maintain our microbiome, not only in dealing with the diabetes mellitus, but in keeping our health status, so we have to see also those in three side of this figure. The genetic, of course, we cannot change our genetic in terms of our parent and others. The previous speaker already speak about this one. The environment, this environment, of course, will contribute to this microbiome. It means we have to establish the healthy environment, because if you are in, let's say, if you live in urban, in city, your microbiome will be different with the people in rural area. And also we have to keep our diet in healthy food. I mean, rich with many food, like of course we have to reduce the sugary food, sweet food, and also sugary drink, and also unhealthy food, fast food, and others. So to keep our microbiome in balance. The lifestyle also will improve our microbiome by, the healthy lifestyle, like sport regularly and others. The hormone and also industry. Next slide. Next slide. Then healthy individuals are, we know, if you see the healthy individuals and we look at their microbiome, actually they have wider diversity of microbiome within their body than unhealthy individuals. It means the richer, the more rich of their microbiome, so the more healthy we are. So that's why the diversity of our food also is very important. And of course, then another factor that I already mentioned, our environment. And the next slide. And the other aspect that we have to look at when we talk about diabetes mellitus, to reduce risk. Of course, microbiome solely atau cannot deal with this diabetes mellitus, but it will help our body to prevent. And when we have our patient already have the diabetes mellitus, it will help them to deal with the disease progress. And the type 2 diabetes mellitus, we know this is the most prevalent of all metabolic disorder. The characterized by insulin resistance. So this affecting the life of huge population across the globe. And if we look at the more detail about the microbiome relation to the diabetes mellitus, we know then how to maintaining our microbiome to prevent the disease of diabetes mellitus, or to control our the patient diabetes disease. Next slide. So from this slide, we know that the gut microbiota dysbiosis, is mean imbalance of microbiome, is from the research is one of the cause about 90% of type 2 diabetes mellitus cases. And because I will explain clearly in the next slide, but the onset progression of diabetes mellitus also correlates with microbial metabolites. And also from this figure, we know that prebiotic is play a critical role in maintaining gut microflora homeostasis. So that's it's mean to maintaining, we have to consume specific or several food source which enrich our microbiome, like probiotic and prebiotic. And tempeh is one of very important and also useful food in the local context. Next slide. And this is the relation for the among the food derived bioactive gut microbiota and also the risk factors associated with the development of insulin resistance. Insulin resistance means that the insulin cannot work appropriately or has dysfunction to control the blood glucose. So and so that's why we need to do the some or several activities or effort to prevent this. Not only the healthy food, which is also not only will enrich our microbiome, but also will maintain our weight, so we will not become obese. And also including factor like we prevent the sedentary lifestyle, which is very bad for our health, our body, and also we do some exercise to help with this situation. Next slide. And this is some I have 2 or 3 slides to explain about the role of microbiome in diabetes mellitus, and also how we maintain this microbiome in dealing with this diabetes mellitus. Because research already show us that some microbes can influence blood glucose level and control the digestion of sugar. So it's mean we need to keep that the a good bacteria who can control the blood glucose and control the digestion of sugar. It's still in the number. Their number is still in good level. So so this is the reason why we have to enrich our microbiome. And also the recent finding suggests that the gut microbiome composition may influence also the development of type 2 diabetes. So for expansion like bacteria producing bacteria, it may benefit insulin resistant. And the intestinal microbiota also may play an important role in the onset of type 2 diabetes by influencing the body weight, then also the insulin resistant. And the presence of the bacterium or parabacteroides in the gut microbiome also can cause type 1 diabetes. So this is the research finding. The next slide. Another role of the microbiome in diabetes. Next slide. So what we can do by to maintain the microbiome in dealing with diabetes mellitus, by doing the modification of gut microbiota, like diets, and also by doing diets and enriching our food consumption, and also we can also to do the consume the probiotic, which is could be will be beneficial in fashion diabetes mellitus to improve dyslipidemia and to promote better metabolic control. And this also very important in maintaining the microbiome. Next slide. As we know, there is some proverb, you are what you eat, but actually not only what we eat will define what we are, but also how we eat. That's why the expert on nutrition or nutritionist is very important, because not only help community to choose what is best for them in terms of healthy food to enrich their microbiome, but also how they can cook, or they can serve this and consume this food for their healthy. So not only what you are what you eat, but you are how you eat. It's very important. And again, based on the literature, we know that that certain food will enrich in the right side of the slide. We need we can see from the literature what is the best for to maintaining the microbiome. I will not deep talk about this because I'm not nutritionist. But in the left side, I can say more about the as a medical doctor that the way we eat, how we eat is very also important to make sure that we can maintain our microbiome, because the diet, the timing of eating, the quantity, the content is very important, and also the host parameter also is very important. I mean the medical condition and also the environmental exposure. That's from my perspective about the maintaining the microbiome to deal with the non-communicable disease like diabetes mellitus. Next slide. Next slide. I want to next slide. Next slide. I want to introduce you before I conclude my presentation. I want to introduce my campus. This campus also campus of Ibu Susi, your lecturer in Poltekkes Semarang, but now this is the newest building in Brisbane. So Griffith University has 5 locations of campus. And next slide. And because Griffith University, one of the leading campus or uni in the world in terms of environmental friendly campus, so now they started to build environmental friendly building, which is it means the building can support themselves. The building doesn't need electricity from government. The building doesn't need water from the government. So they recycle everything inside. So this is the building. And next slide. Even now in the city, they will also build one of the biggest environmental friendly building in the city, which is again it's related to the or in line with the One Health approach, which is we maintain the environment, and also we maintain the healthy environment within the building. Next slide. And again, be careful when you look at the rank of uni, because not all uni who in the highest rank in the global level mean all of their faculty also in similar rank, because we have to see the specific faculty, what is their rank. For example, Griffith University, one of the global uni in the 200 rank, but if you look at the, let's say in Australia, Griffith University rank is #1, and the second one for nursing. So this is the example when you look at the uni rank. And of course, far from that, the most important of the uni and the school like Semarang Poltekkes is how we can contribute to our community, how we can make our knowledge become something useful to also maintain the public health and also help the government to deal with the global health or national health issue like diabetes mellitus. Thank you. Next slide. Thank you for, that's all from my presentation. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Diki, and thank you for the nice introduction about Griffith University for us. So it's a very wonderful university. Maybe Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Semarang future can modify maybe with Griffith University future. And so may I conclude that microbiome is very important because can be treatment for diabetes mellitus increase. If we want to maintain our microbiome in keeping our health, we must attention for genetic, environment, diet, healthy lifestyle, hormone, and industry. Prebiotic and probiotic maintain a critical role in gut microflora homeostasis. And also, we can do modification gut microbiota by doing diet and reaching our consume prebiotic and probiotic. Okay, that's all right. And now we got a new insight from your opinion and your perspective. Thank you very much, Dr. Diki, for addressing this wonderful topic. All right, we move to discussion, question and answer session. Actually, we have so many questions. Okay, first is for Mrs. Arentina, I think. This question from Dewi. Can the growth of microbiomes in the intestine cause disease other than diabetes, which can be fatal to health? Maybe Mrs. Arentina can answer, right?
Okay, the other disease can maintenance for prebiotic and probiotic. There is in my research is dyslipidemia. But in my interest research is in hyperlipidemia, and I use propionate for maintenance hyperlipidemia. But all of SFA, butyrate, and propionate can maintenance for dyslipidemia. But butyrate is for triglyceride level, high triglyceride level. But then another research can improve cancer. Cancer is the other researcher from Semarang, Dr. Diana, is improve in cancer by phos, acetate, propionate, and butyrate. In little research for anemia, only I made two journal how to improve anemia. This in mineral interaction for another process. There's FA, zat besi, ferrum, this calcium. This research for interaction probiotic and micronutrient. I think it's urea.
Okay, thank you for your answer, Miss Arentina. Maybe one question next. Okay, this question from Anonymous for Mrs. Arentina. If there is less fiber in the body, will it affect butyrate formation?
You can see a research for pins 213 is oligosaccharide, porosid, and polysaccharide is prebiotic. Then fermentation with bifidobacterium, bacteroides, and Clostridium, and different SFA production. There's acetate production from oligosaccharida, and the probiotic is bifidobacterium, and polysaccharide is the with probiotic bactericides to make butyrate, and polysaccharide with Clostridium to make propionate. This target for in the future. I think it is a can to intervention for diabetes to improve diet rich with inulin and phos to make propionate or butyrate. This already reset in my paper to improve the another local food, and I want to use Klutuk banana. I think Mas Surya.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your answer, Miss Arentina. I hope the questioner can understand about this. It is enough 2 questions or one last question? The committee? Okay, now let's going to move questions for Dr. Diki Budiman. This question from Anonymous there. This question is how to reduce the appetite for food and drink with a sweet taste. Maybe Dr. Budiman can answer.
Thank you for the question. This is the problem for many nation, many country around the globe now, especially for children. We know from the development of the brain, when the children, especially infant, introduced by these sweet food, so it's become addictive, and it's easy to, this is because the brains it's like hunger to these sweet things. And to deal with this situation or condition, we need to change our habit, and of course it will take time, but when we want to change a habit, at least the fastest one is the fastest time is around 3 months, and it will require the parent parent role model, and also the consistency of the parent, and also the family in minimizing, in preventing the consumption of these sweet things, I mean sweet food. And the other aspect now at the global level, and also in CAPH, Griffith University, also under the study, is how the government, the regulator, build the regulation to minimize the sweetery food and also sweetery drink for the public. This is also will influence when we want to deal with this sweet food and also sweetery drink. And it's mean from, if we deal with we know or we are in the health promotion field, we have to know about the Ottawa Charter strategy. So every problem, let's say about the sweet food or the sugary drink, sugary drink, we can use this Ottawa Charter to deal. First, let's say we know how the environment, the network, the regulation, the health professional also understanding. So there's 5 strategy that we can conduct for this one. Of course, it's not require. I mean, it will require from many aspect, not only from the family and individual, but also the government, even the local government, to make sure that this change of habit can be maintained and also continue.
Okay, all right, Dr. Budiman, for your answer. Thank you. I think maybe 2 questions again for Dr. Diki Budiman. Okay, this question for anonymous again, about how to reduce the appetite.
This is the similar, I think.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's already.
Maybe the committee. Okay, I'm sorry.
I really hope that about this Ottawa Charter, because in health promotion, Ottawa Charter is very important. I would say tools to deal with many issues, and not all. I mean, not all the expert or field in health promotion implement this approach. And I really hope that Poltekkes Semarang can also spread this knowledge to others about how we can use the Ottawa Charter to deal with this kind of issue.
Okay. Maybe future Poltekkes Semarang, especially nutrition department, can follow up charter about Dr. Diki Budiman introduce this.
Yeah.
Okay, next question for Dr. Diki Budiman. This question is maybe not toddlers get diabetes and what causes it?
Not really get the, I would say, the question. So it's mean why not? Or as toddler can be also get the diabetes, because even infant and usually they got this by there's 2 types of diabetes mellitus, type 1 and type 2. Usually if you got at the earliest age, so it's mean type 1, and it's mean not necessarily more severe, but usually will need special treatment at the early stage of the disease. But now the current trend of the diabetes mellitus has been changed, because the change of the healthy food, I mean the food style or the food consumption. So we know now the introducing of the fast food, the sweet food, the sugar drink already introduced at the very earliest age of our children. So this also contribute to the number of the diabetes mellitus in the community. And if we talk the diabetes mellitus in adult, I mean let's say in young adult, we have seen also the changes because the age of incidence of this diabetes or every 5 years is getting younger and younger. And the similar trend also we have seen in another non-communicable disease like hypertension and also the heart disease. So all of this back to the lifestyle, the sedentary life, because if we look at the child activity current right now, we witnessing their activity more in front of their gadget. So no play outside, minimum activities. So this is something that very worrying, the worrying situation, and it will also influence their health status when they got getting older. And of course, then how we change this phenomenon, or how we can prevent the diabetes cases or obesity. Usually also started with the obesity cases in young adult or teenager, or even the children. Of course, then we have to educate and also literate, and also change the environment, advocate the government, and also make sure that the public, the family can has access to the healthy food, can access to healthy food. Is mean not only they can go to the market, but also the food already provided there, already there, but also the price is achievable by the public. So when we talk about this, because I'm the global health expert, so, and also the in development and on policy making for health, we have seen many aspects. We have seen not only about the food, but how about if the family don't have money to access the food, and how about if the family doesn't have knowledge which one the food is better for them, and also how about if they live in, let's say, in urban area which is surround them, it's providing with many sweet food and also with sugary drinks. So this also should be under our I would say analysis, and also recommendation to the local government, how we can prevent and deal with the situation.
Okay. I'm also agree about this because teenagers or toddler can get diabetes or obesity easily, maybe from them healthy food or them activity.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Maybe one last question for our second speakers. This question for anonymous again, and this question is, Indonesian foods were very rich with the flavor and seasoning, especially Japanese food that famous with the sweet taste. How to replace that for control the blood sugar?
Yeah. Again, about the local food. I think compared to Malaysian food, even the Javanese food still manageable for us, as long as we consume them appropriately. I think previous speaker already mentioned about this, that everything if over, it's if we consume more than what we recommend, it will become a problem. Everything, but Zuria and also others, that the highest incident or prevalence of diabetes mellitus, not in Java, I mean in West Java. Even we know West Java, Jogja, Semarang, rich or very famous with the sweet food, but the highest incident prevalence of diabetes mellitus, in fact, is happened in Tasikmalaya district in West Java. And you know, I'm from those city. I mean, my previous working experience there. It's because they consume over the food. About the we know kolak, we know everything they put sugar. It's like in Malaysia, but if we consume like in Central Java, for example, if we consume just in medium level, and also we combine with vegetable, with fruit, and also we combine with exercise. We also do another healthy lifestyle. It's okay. It's okay. But again, because the WHO already state since, I think, since 5 or more than 5 years ago, that sugar is addictive. Sugar is some substance that we have to prevent as the best way we can to not to consume sugar regularly, and that's the reason why I already done this for more than 10 years. I never consume sugar, even not because I have a diabetes, but that's because we have to prevent I mean the we call it a detrimental effect from the sugar. And this again, to deal with this question, it's we have to literate the community. We have to also again not only the community, oh, this is not good, the sugar, but also we have to literate the food handler. I mean, the one who sell the food, that is better, maybe from the nutritionist aspect, it's better to give the sweet things not from gula pasir, but from another source, which is more healthier than gula pasir. So this kind of education, this kind of approach it will very important and useful for the public, because you know, if we look at the one of my slide about the tradition, about the environment, it's very difficult. It will also very difficult to change the culture, but it will less difficult to just modificate the culture to become healthier than before, by what I already give some of the example. Just replace the sweet of the source of sweet to become healthier than the current use by the let's say the food handler, and also the food production. So this is that we can do to contribute to community health.
All right, thank you for your answer. Thank you for your opinion, Dr. Tiki. And now we got a new insight from your opinion and your perspective. So thank you very much. And I hope the questioner can understand about this. Thank you again for the speaker for the survey results. It's such an honor to have you out in international seminar today. And before we come to the end, we would like to virtually awarding for e-certificate for speakers. Maybe the committee Okay, the first for Mrs. Argentina. Thank you for your attendance and participation for this seminar. Thank you, Mrs. Argentina. And the second is for Dr. Tiki. Thank you for your attendance and participation for this seminar, Dr. Tiki. Thank you, committee. Okay. Before we closing second session of our seminar, I would like to invite both speaker along with other participants also as well. And I hope all the participants may turn on camera for photo session. Okay, 3, 2, 1, cheers. Okay.
Sorry, I would like say to thank you very much for Dr. Tiki.
Thank you.
How are you?
I'm
Still
good. I'm
in
good.
Indonesia?
I'm good, Bu Susi.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your nice presentation. We hope we will collaboration for the next future. Thank
Sure.
you for your assistance and barakallah for your Dr. Tiki. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Bu Susi.
Say.
Okay, thank you for Mrs. Susi Tursilawati as head of Nutrition Department of Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Semarang. Thank you very much for Mrs. Arindina and Dr. Tiki Budiman for joining with us. And Health Polytechnic of Semarang is very much appreciated. And I hope to see you again in another event or another occasions. And also for the audience, thank you very much for being a wonderful participant during this session and hopefully see you again real soon. Thank you very much. I'm Zuhria Ismawanti, sending out as moderator for International Online Nutrition Seminar. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, thank you to Ms. Zuhria Ismawanti.
Okay, the next agenda is handing over of certificates to our two moderators today. To our moderator, please turn on your camera first.
Okay, we give the certificate to Adelia Ayuniti graduating in the first meeting at IONS 2022. And second, we give the certificate to Julia Ismawanti graduating. Thank you to our moderator, Adelia.
Thank you, Rizky and Puji.
Thank you.
Yes, you are welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is announcement of the best questioners. So, for participants who want, you can contact the contact person on the official poster.
The third winner of the best questioner is Dewi.
Okay, congratulations for the second winner is Estefano from Delhi University.
And congratulations for the first winner, the best questioner at IONS 2022 is Ayu. Once again, for the participant who won, you can contact the contact person on the official poster of IONS 2022.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we are in the end of this meeting. So thank you to the speakers, the academic community for their invitation, and
We apologize if there are any shortcomings, and I'm Rizky Nugraha. See you at IONS 2022.
Bagaimanakah kabar diriku, baik-baik saja. Sedikit ku takjub namun nyatanya sudah kuduga. Kau yang kesana kemari, kau anggap aku tak cukup. Semua kesempatan dan langkahku coba kau tutup. Tutur batinku takkan salah. Silakan pergi, ku tak rasa kalah. Namun percayalah, sejauh mana kau mencari, takkan kau temukannya sebaik ini. Kau yang kesana kemari, kau anggap aku tak cukup. Semua kesempatan dan langkah ku coba kau tutup. Kan ku buat jalanku sendiri. Tutur batinku takkan salah. Silakan pergi, ku tak rasa kalah. Namun percayalah, sejauh mana kau mencari, takkan kau temukannya sebaik ini.
Aku tak sempurna, tak perlu sempurna. Akan kurayakan apa adanya. Aku tak sempurna, tak perlu sempurna. Akan kurayakan apa adanya.
Aku tak sempurna, tak perlu sempurna. Akan kurayakan apa adanya. Tutur batinku tak akan salah. Silakan pergi, ku tak rasa kau temukannya sebaik ini. Takkan kau temukan yang sebaik ini.
Jiwa yang terbaik itu hanya aku. I've been reading books of old, the legends and the myths, Achilles and his hook, Hercules and his gifts, Spider-Man controls, and Batman with his fists. And clearly I don't see myself upon that list. She said, where'd you wanna go? How would you wanna risk? I'm not looking for somebody with some superhuman gift, some superhero. Some fairy tale, please. Do something I can turn to, somebody I can kiss. I want something just like this. Do-do-do, do-do-do. Do-do-do, do-do. Do-do-do, do-do-do. I want something just like this. Do-do-do, do-do-do. Do-do-do, do-do. Do-do-do, do-do-do. I've been reading books of old, the legends and the myths, the testament are told, the moon and its eclipse, and Superman unrolls and sweet before he leaves. But I'm not the kind of person that it fits. She said, where'd you wanna go? How would you wanna risk? I'm not looking for somebody with some superhuman gift, some superhero, some fairy tale, please. Just something I can turn to, somebody I can miss. I want something just like this. Do-do-do, do-do-do. Do-do-do, do-do. Do-do-do, do-do-do. I want something just like this. Do-do-do, do-do-do. Do-do-do, do-do. Do-do-do, do-do-do. Where'd you wanna go? How much you wanna risk? I'm not looking for somebody with some superhuman gift, some superhero, some fairy tale, please. Just something I can turn to, somebody I can kiss. I want something just like this. 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 Kau bisa patahkan kakiku, tapi tidak mimpi-mimpiku. Kau bisa lumpuhkan tanganku, tapi tidak mimpi-mimpiku. Kau bisa merebut senyum, tapi sungguh tak akan mampu. Kau bisa merobek hatiku, tapi aku tahu obatnya. Manusia kuat, ikut kita, jiwa-jiwa yang kuat. Ikut kita, manusia kuat, malamku. Hitamkan putihnya hatiku, tapi tidak mimpi-mimpiku. Through the door. I close my eyes, then I can see a world that's waiting up for me, that I call my own. Through the door, through where no one's been before, but it feels like home. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say I've lost my mind. I don't care, so call me crazy. We can live in a world that we design. 'Cause every night I lay in bed, the brightness colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. There's a house we can build. Every room inside is filled with tears from far away. The special things I compile, each one there to make you smile on a rainy day. They can say that sounds crazy. Say that sounds crazy. They can say they lost my mind. I don't care if this goes crazy. Run away to a world that we decide. Every night on your bed, the bright is gonna fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. However small, let me be part of it all. Share dreams with me. You may be right, you may be wrong. Say that you bring me along. In the world you see.